2024 City Council Work Session meeting. Our meetings are public, and you are welcome to join us in person or by watching from the Council's agenda page, Zoom, Facebook, YouTube, or SLC TV. We hope you'll continue to join us in whichever manner you feel most comfortable. This is a work session meeting during which there is no public comment. Please join us tonight during our 7 p.m. formal meeting to share your comments. We, of course, welcome your feedback anytime by mail to P.O. Box 145-476, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84114-5476, by email at council.comments@slcgov.com, or via our 24-hour phone comment line 801-535-7654. Comments we receive on agenda topics are shared with council members and posted to our website, slccouncil.com. We'll now begin our work session. The first item on the agenda is updates from the administration. I see Damien is here. I see Lindsay moving towards the table, and Andrew Johnston.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Do you have our slides in front of you? I know. You don't? Oh, okay. Well, I'm so sorry. I will do my best to describe the community. Oh, we're getting there. Should I pause or do you want me to just keep going? Okay. I am providing the community outreach updates today in place of Weston, and so I'll just get started on that. So as a reminder, we encourage everyone to visit our webpage for regular opportunities to engage with the city on projects in their neighborhoods, and that website is www.slc.gov/feedback. On public lands and the RDA, we have some foothills improvements to talk about. So 2 of the 4 foothills trailheads are under construction or soon to be, which is the Salt Dome and Bonneville Boulevard and Popperton Park. The trailhead will receive new amenities to help facilitate access to the trails and increase safety and amenities at each trailhead. And the amenities at each trailhead will receive expected construction completion. So you can visit the website to access. I'm sorry, these notes are a little strange. You can visit the website, which can be accessed through the feedback page. On Allen Park, we have a utility upgrade going on, which is going through the permitting process. The adaptive reuse and management plan is nearly done, with a transmittal coming soon. And construction documents for the design of phase 1, the Go Bonded funded projects, will go live. We'll go out with an RFP and RFQ later this year. On our next slide, we have just a couple of planning updates. So quick updates from that team. The D4 text amendments for the Sports, Entertainment, Cultural, and Convention District have been transmitted to the council. And the North Point zoning text amendment and rooftop use code updates have been recommended for adoption by the Planning Commission and will be transmitted soon. We had some updates on the mayor's office community office hours, but I don't want to read through each of those, but okay, we're on the community office hours slide. Oh, perfect. Okay. So you can see the information there. We have about 5 coming up within the next month and a half. So our community outreach team loves to see people out in the community, and this is information on how you can do that. And then on our next slide, we have a list of summer events. Some are ACE-funded events, city-sponsored events, and publicly permitted events. And this is just an opportunity to get out of the house and spend some time in the community. And that is it for community outreach this week. We'll go to the next slide.
Council members, I just wanted to let you all know that we will be shifting from the Office of Equity and Inclusion to the Office of Access and Belonging. Pass it on to Andrew.
Any questions? Next slide, please.
Apologies, this is also my slide. So we wanted to give you guys a quick update on the RFP process for the Sundance Film Festival. You might have seen some news recently about cities like Atlanta and Boulder applying or submitting their RFPs. A joint RFP has been submitted to Sundance. This RFP was worked on by Salt Lake City, Visit Salt Lake, Salt Lake County, Park City, the Park City Chamber and Visitors Bureau, Summit County, and the Utah Film Commission to host the film festival both in Park City and in Salt Lake City. So that's been submitted. We haven't done any publicity or press around the submission. No official timing on feedback for the RFP phase. So we're not sure when we'll hear back from Sundance on this submission, but we anticipate that for phase 3 of this process will include site visits and work groups, and that Sundance will have a final decision on the future host of the film festival late 2024, early 2025. Any questions there? Okay, perfect. Now next slide, Andrew.
Council members, if you can see that if it's possible to go higher in our occupancy rate, we have. We're at 98% last few weeks. Now we're at 99.5% essentially, which means they're operating very, very well, but we do need more support for shelter beds. In the next little bit, there's going to be no encampment impact mitigation work this week due to some folks being off. And then the rapid intervention team will be active on the Folsom area, 9th South River Park on the Jordan River, and then Warm Springs again. Resource Fair will be on the 19th at the main library. There is no kayak court this month, however. And a couple updates for some questions that were asked by council members, I believe. One is the Winter Services Task Force is meeting regularly right now. They have a deadline of August 1st to submit their plan to the State Office of Homeless Services. So we'll have more information in the coming weeks. You'll also see the micro shelter community. We know that that is moving in July. They will plan to move the buildings off of the current RDA site and over to the new site at 5th South and 700 West. We don't anticipate that they'll be ready to operate at that point, and so they're working with the provider and still there, the provider about current options in the interim time. And so we'll have more information coming forward shortly about that. The last question I believe that was brought up was the Supreme Court decision recently about Grants Pass, Oregon. I'm not an attorney, but I do like to play it on TV. The real attorneys in here can correct me about details, but what we're looking at right now is that Martin v. Boise a few years ago up in Idaho yielded a decision that said cities really can't enforce no camping or blanket non-camping ordinances if there aren't reasonable other accommodation options like shelters. Grants Pass challenged that, and the Supreme Court ruled that cities actually can enforce no camping ordinances. For our purposes, the Attorney's Office is right now reviewing that decision in detail and providing some direction for us moving forward, and we'll have discussions about what that means for our policies.
Thank you. Council, questions? All right, thank you all so much. At this point, Council, I am looking for a motion to enter into closed session for the purpose of advice of council.
Chair, I move that we enter into closed session for the purpose of advice.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Lopez Chavez and a second from Councilwoman Young. Any discussion? I'll roll call. Dugan?
Yes.
Lopez Chavez?
Aye.
Mono?
Yes.
Young?
Aye.
And I'm yes. That passes 5 with Wharton and Pui absent. We are now in closed session. We're going to move on. Item A2, the ordinance for a zoning map amendment at 333 West 700 South has been removed. It was put on a future meeting. That means we're going to move to item A3, which is an ordinance requesting to vacate a portion of 700 South. Brian Fulmer, Council Policy Analyst, and Nick Norris, Planning Director, are at the table.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a proposal to vacate a portion of 700 South adjacent to the petitioner's property at 5600 West. It is a section of street that dead ends and no longer provides a connection to 5600 West, and Nick will discuss that in a little more detail. And with that, I'll turn it over to Nick.
Great. Can we go to the next slide of the presentation, please? All right, this slide represents what the applicant's request is to vacate. You can see the subject property that they own highlighted in yellow. The red rectangle towards the top of that red box is the portion of 700 South that is proposed to be vacated. There's no development proposals associated with this at this time. Next slide. Next slide. So this is was triggered really by UDOT's changes to 5600 West. This is an aerial from 2019 that shows the subject property, the street alignments, and the property to the north of the 700 South label that's above towards the top of the screen. Next slide. With the changes to 5600 West, this is the current arrangement. You can see 700 South has been rerouted to form a more functional intersection towards the top of that image. The former 700 South now is separated from access to 5600 West, and the old 5600 West that runs towards the left of the yellow box has been abandoned, and so this is essentially a street that does not go anywhere. Next slide. These are some images of the current conditions of the area. You can see the 5600 West and the 700 South intersection with the concrete barriers. This is on the picture on the left that prevents access directly to 5600 West. Next slide. This was kind of a split recommendation from various city departments. The big one, Public Utilities, has three main or major facilities within this section of 700 West, and they were opposed to the vacation. The applicant included in the Planning Commission staff report a easement that guaranteed Public Utilities the same access that they currently have without the city owning that property. The other departments had no real concerns with vacating, although they did want some conditions, particularly with ensuring fire access. Next slide. The planning, so as is normal with a street vacation, if a city department provides us with valid reasons not to vacate a street, our staff recommendation is to not do it. That was the situation here. The Planning Commission, however, microphone keeps going out. The Planning Commission did recommend vacating, provided that an easement that is at least equally broad in purpose and scope as ownership would be, to ensure that the Public Utilities can access and maintain their facilities to the fullest extent without interruption. And that's, I believe, the end of presentation.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Councilwoman Young?
So, in follow-up to the concerns of Public Utilities, can you just help me understand, like, the two opportunities related to the easement versus, just maintaining the property, like pros, cons?
Well, I think the pro is that the city has no need to monitor a long-term easement. There's no sort of need to, if somebody comes in to redevelop the property, or I believe they own the property to the north of 700 South as well. There's no like project review and things like that where the easement may become problematic. And so ownership, when there's major city facilities, is still the best practice to maintain that. If there's reason to avoid the city's liability for that, but being able to maintain our facilities that are in that easement, then it's, that a lot of that risk is avoided. But from our perspective, if public utilities wants to maintain it, then our recommendation is, as staff, is to maintain that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you both so much. With that, we're going to move on to item A4, a resolution for a notice of intention to designate Central Business Improvement Area 25. Ben Ludke, Council Policy Analyst, will be joined at the table by Lorena Rifo-Jensen, our Economic Development Director, and Andy Feldman, our Economic Development Project Manager.
The current downtown special assessment area expires in April of next year. The state law to renew it requires several steps. It's quite lengthy, which is why this is coming to you now, almost a year before it expires. Those 50 steps are detailed in the transmittal on pages 7 and 8 if you wanted to take a look at those. The first legislative step is the council adopting a resolution, the intent to designate. And this vote is scheduled for next Tuesday, July 9th. There are two separate assessments. One of them is for economic promotion activities. The other is for the holiday lighting. So we talk about it as a single special assessment area, but there are two separate assessments. And not all properties are paying both of the assessments. For any special assessment area, there is a 40% protest threshold, at which point, based on the valuation of properties, if 40% of that valuation, those owners protest, then the assessment area may not proceed. When the assessment is renewed, the city goes out to an RFP, a request for proposal, seeking a contractor to administer those activities. The current contract is awarded to the Downtown Alliance, so a new RFP would go out for the 3-year renewal next year. There's a few sections of the transmittal I'd like to highlight for the council. If we can get page 3 up on the screen. This shows the total estimated budget, and I just wanted to show these highlights. It's over $6.1 million total, and you can see at the top the city expenses, and then underneath that are whoever is selected as the contractor through the RFP, what their tentative budget would be. And multiple council members have highlighted the Street Ambassador program as well as cleaning as priorities. And you'll see one of the items, third from the bottom, is this assessment does contribute funding. It does not fully fund the Street Ambassador program, but it is a significant funding source I wanted to point out. If we can go to page 5, we've got two maps to show you. The first, call it the yellow boundary map. The red lines are the street boundaries, and the yellow highlighted parcels are the properties that are considered in the assessment area. And the reason you'll see some of the yellow highlighted parcels outside of the red boundaries is because the description says that if the property is abutting, so across the street, or on the corner, it is still considered within, so they are participating. And these boundaries are unchanged. I think these are the same boundaries that were included for the last 2, or maybe it was last 3 renewals. The next one is on page 6. This is the blue map of the holiday lighting. So the blue highlighted parcels are the ones participating in that second assessment area, the holiday lighting assessment. The green lines are where the holiday lighting goes. And there's just a couple areas, I think it's at the bottom in red. Those areas do not have functional lighting. And so the adjacent properties are not charged the full assessment because they are not receiving the functioning lighting. So they have protested in previous years and they have had their assessment either discounted or removed. The last thing I wanted to call out is page 13. This is the description of the economic promotion activities. This is not a comprehensive list. It is not saying these are the only things that are eligible, but it is meant to be more transparent by calling out these are what we intend to focus on as some of the eligible uses under state law. And the administration included the Street Ambassadors Program and some limited trash pickup and cleaning in response to that priority that the community and the council members have brought up. That's it from me. I'll turn it over to Lorena and Andy for their information.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. It's wonderful to see you all. And I also want to express my appreciation for Andy's here because she approved her position and we have someone who is completely dedicated. So we really appreciate the support that we have received from the mayor's office as well as council. Ben, thank you so much for your remarks. As it was stated, special assessments area, the central business improvement area, has been in existence since the early 1990s. Assessments are driven by property owners who want additional services or activities in their respective area or areas. In this case, the CBIA downtown is for economic promotion and, as Ben described, also lighting, holiday lighting. The purpose of this assessment, as I indicated, is for economic promotion and lighting, and is a tax on property owners from property owners for this purpose. In other words, we facilitate the process at the request of the property owners, and then we have to manage the contract to ensure that those activities, as they are agreed upon, are being executed. The CBIA 25 aims to sustain vital services such as marketing, promotion, advocacy, and services like the Ambassador Program, some of the cleaning, light cleaning that was discussed, but also our beloved Farmers Market that takes place winter and summer. Again, I want to make sure that we describe our role correctly, and the city facilitates the process every 3 years with the steps dictated by state statute. It is about a 9-month process set to conclude in April 2025. Today is the first step in the process, and it serves as a notification of the public hearings for the designation of the resolution to renew the special assessment area. The final step will set forth another contract to continue economic promotion within the downtown area. So with that, we are prepared to answer any questions. Andy is the technical person, so thank you.
Thank you all. Council, any questions? Councilmember Dugan?
Yeah, on the Ambassador Program, thanks for the presentation. On the Ambassador Program, it says 33% of their budget goes to the Ambassador Program now, and then we pick up a portion of the program also. How do we negotiate that? How much the assessment area pays and we pay for the Ambassador Program?
That's an excellent question. I know that CAN also has a contract for the ambassadors. I don't know how they came to the conclusion, probably a determination in terms of what was needed. The statute also does prescribe how much can go to what, but in this case, to be fully candid, that's a great question. I couldn't answer that question. But there is, per se, for administration, there's a certain amount that can only go to administration. But specifically for ambassadors, I don't know how it was done. It was done under Ben Collender, and he negotiated that.
I know part of it is that the assessment area is smaller than the areas patrolled by the street ambassadors.
Okay, that's the,
Since they've been expanded to include North Temple, part of Central City, and the ballpark, those are outside, and so it didn't seem an appropriate use of the assessment area funds. So there is some division of the assessment area funding, like the core downtown areas within the boundaries, and some of the city funding covering those expansion areas.
Okay, because I was just looking at their budget. I'm assuming their budget is based on their board of directors or board to put their budget together as far as the percentage of that goes to the ambassador, economic development, and marketing. And I'm just wondering, making sure that that portion of it, the ambassador program, which is a fantastic program,
it
you know,
is.
we're both paying our fair share on that one. That's
And correct me if I'm wrong, the downtown ambassadors have expanded. The CBIA is just paying for the downtown area.
That's my understanding. We also have Dee Brewer in the audience who can better respond for that, but that's
I
my
got a thumbs up.
understanding.
His thumbs up is on the
Thank you.
record.
Sounds good.
I wanted to ask if there's any other programming that needed to be included, like Main Street America as a part of this.
I think that's a separate program. I think there's been some work done where I know that Economic Development, Will Wright and Roberta Reichel have been working with Main Street America to see how that could work. I don't think we have arrived at that point, but that could be something that could be discussed as part of the contract and what activities can be done under marketing.
And the other comment I had for you, and thank you for your work behind. Thank you to Downtown Alliance for this. Is in the future to, I think, act in a manner where we could look at expanding the CBIA. And I've mentioned that to staff. That's important to me in the future, that we look to that so that we can begin this process sooner, and to take that to a public vote to try to expand this zone. I think that's going to be critical as what our scope of downtown becomes and expands. There's possible other business districts that could be a part of the CBIA in the future.
That's a great question and a great recommendation. Just to let you know, we have two special assessments that are in the process. We just heard from Granary. They would like to do an economic promotion one. They were not sure which direction they want to go because there's 3 types of special assessments that one can do actually. So we just heard from them, and then in our conversations with Sugar House, they have indicated that they want to wait until the construction. They feel that if they were to move forward right now, it is very likely not to pass from the commercial property owners because they're under a lot of pressure.
Council, anything else? All right. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, with that, we'll move on to item A5, a fiscal year 24-25 budget capital improvement program follow-up. Ben Lutke is going to stay at the table and be joined by Aaron Price, the Deputy Chief Financial Officer, Mike Atkinson, the Capital Asset Planning Manager. And as usual, Mary Beth is always around if we have additional questions.
Before we get going, everybody has their long CIP funding log, I hope. We have extra copies on the corner. Yes, looks like we're good. My outline for the briefing today, first a summary of the Council's CIP decisions from the annual budget adoption last month. 2 potential sources of additional funding that were briefly discussed but not acted on in the annual budget. Then highlighting a couple policy topics council members have raised, and then going through the funding log. I can go through that outline if that structure sounds okay. All right. So last month, as part of the annual budget vote, the council approved overall funding for CIP, which was over $61 million. Of that, you approved $13 million that is ready to be spent. Most of that is for payments on bonds, those annual debt payments. It also includes facilities that are leased for the police department and several other ongoing obligations. You also approved $2 million for the Livable Streets Traffic Calming Program. It had not been recommended for funding by the advisory board or the mayor, and the council identified livable streets as a high priority, not only for this year one time, but also for inclusion as the administration is working on a 5-year or a 10-year CIP plan, so that that program can be included as a priority in developing that plan, which will come to the council for consideration. You also approved an additional $3 million for 2100 South, specifically the public utility upgrades while the street is already open for the reconstruction. And when we got our new growth numbers, which were thankfully higher than estimated, you took $250,000 and added it to CIP, and those can go to any project. They are the general fund dollars, the most flexible dollars. So those $250,000 do not have a funding recommendation attached. So this leaves $43 million available that can go to the projects listed in the funding log. This is across several funding sources. If you flip to the last page, at the bottom, you'll see the total amounts for each of the funding source types. Those are highlighted in green. So I mentioned there are 2 potential sources of additional funding, and this is not reflected in those amounts highlighted in green on the last page. The first is funding from completed projects that can be recaptured and made available to new projects. There's a little over $1 million from several projects that were completed. You could leave the funding in CIP for the cost overrun account. So if projects come back and say, we don't have enough, so to avoid a reduction in scope, we would tap into the cost overrun account. And that process is set up in the CIP resolution. So it doesn't require a budget amendment, which means it's faster so that they don't have to go through that longer process. Otherwise, you could recapture it and put it to new projects, or a combination. You could put some to the cost overrun account, or you could recapture some for new projects. There is already a healthy balance in the cost overrun account. It's over $900,000. And it's proposed to receive another $223,000. It's accumulating faster than it has in previous years because the cost of projects has gone up so much, but the amount of funding that can be pulled from the cost overrun account has stayed the same for 20 years. So it seems that with the current formula, it's going to continue to see an accrual in the cost overrun account, and it won't be as helpful to the projects which are seeing larger cost increases. So that is a policy discussion for the council. If you'd be interested in revisiting the cost overrun formula, either the dollar amounts, there are also percentages.
Madam Chair, I would be interested in that, and I know I almost hesitate bringing it up because I know there's so many things that happen with this project, but I've heard a lot of questions about the 9-line project and landscaping that was going to be in there but then wasn't. And I'm just interested in if that is something that the cost overrun account balances or limits could have helped with, or if that was a totally different problem altogether.
The same thing happened on the Folsom Trail as well. The landscaping was value engineered and a lot of it was removed. Yes, the 9-line is actually, I think it was like 10 different projects across 4 different departments. The whole corridor was looked at together. Great, that's a best practice. But yes, any of the capital projects for general fund departments could have tapped into the cost overrun account for some of those expenses. This cost overrun account is not something that enterprise funds would tap into. General fund departments only. So we can coordinate with the administration about what recommendations they would like to bring to you for reconsidering the cost overrun account. Probably not this summer, but that'll be something we'll bring back to you.
Yeah, like the percentage also, is it right now I think it's at 10% for the cost overrun account, that, and how much is a healthy amount in that overrun account. Because again, you said there's $1 million or so and change available to either put in the cost overrun account, put in general fund, or new programs. All three, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the first potential additional funding, that $1 million from completed projects. The second potential additional funding source is a canceled project. 5 years ago, the council approved $875,000 for building a corridor connecting the Sorensen Multicultural Center and the adjacent Sorensen Unity Center. 2 buildings right next to each other, both part of the Sorensen Community Center campus. In the intervening 5 years, that is no longer in keeping with the vision for the center, and the project has been canceled. So per the CIP resolution, whenever a project is canceled, those funds are to be recaptured and made available for new projects. And I know Councilmember Pui is not with us today, but he had highlighted that there is a project just a block or two down the road from the Sorensen Center. And he had mentioned wanting to look at some of that $875,000 to go to traffic calming just down the street, because it would benefit the same students and community members who use the community center, but at a different location. I'll highlight that as we get to it.
I would just like to echo support for that vision in support of Councilmember Pui, who I appreciate isn't here to say that today. I do think finding those types of solutions where if an existing project no longer meets the community needs due to changes outside of kind of city council's purview, that it does make sense to make sure that we're still providing those types of resources and supports to those kids. And
if there's no other questions or comments on the 2 potential additional funding sources, I'll talk about 2 policy issues that council members had highlighted. The first is getting updates, not just for the council, but also for the public, about CIP project statuses. We do review all of the appropriations within the CIP fund as part of the budget process every year. I think it was quite a few. It was like 400 individual appropriations this last year. The particular focus I've heard from some council members is projects that are older than 2 years, since the goal is for projects to be constructed and completed 3 years or less from the date you approve the project funding. So once a project is more than 2 years out, it's getting close to that deadline. And getting a status update, not just a, are you still working on it, yes or no, but a more detailed, what level of design are you at? Are there specific obstacles you are coming up against? Are there significant cost increases that will likely exceed what the cost overrun account could provide? Getting those kind of detailed project status updates after 2 years to inform the council about, are there similar pinch points which may represent a larger issue, like is there a staffing pinch point in a particular office? Are we seeing inflation, or are we seeing permitting issues somewhere else? But also letting the public check in on the project updates in their neighborhood or areas they're interested in. That seems to be a common point of interest and request from constituents. It may require setting up a new system, whether that would be something IMS could create, or if it would be a new tool off the shelf. We would want to ask the administration what would be needed in terms of resources for that. But since that question has come up repeatedly, I wanted to bring that up today.
And I appreciate that, because I think, anytime we have to ask the question and that takes another week or 2 weeks, and instead if you had a dashboard that had, here's where all the CIP programs are, hit the highlighted program, it gives you a quick update of where they are. That'd be wonderful to be able to point residents at, all right, and just look at it yourself. Okay, why is it stalling? Because I have a project that's been there since before I took office in 2020. and it's still ongoing.
Yep.
And it'd be nice to, be able to move out. And it's not anyone's in particular's fault. It's just a general process of this one.
Right. I think this is another one of those larger policy issues where probably not for this summer, but where we'll ask the administration, like, what resources would it take? Or is it something that, we would need money to take a deeper look at and then come back to the council with options? But what I'm seeing is, yes, there is definitely interest in more project updates, publicly available and for the council, and understanding what it would take to get there. Okay. The other policy area, you'll probably remember this from last year in CIP. It's also come up a couple times since then, is a larger policy discussion about sidewalks, ADA ramps, repair, replacement, and building out those areas where they may not exist currently. There are 2 projects this year for sidewalk repair and replacement, number 7 and number 74. Again, those are number 7 and number 74. Number 7 is a ongoing program. You see it in CIP almost every year, and it reflects the ongoing need we have in the city for this. Engineering is the lead division on it. Number 74 is additional one-time funding. So that is unique this year. When the council previously talked about this topic, a couple things bubbled up to the top. One of them is the 50-50 cost share program. So an adjacent property owner, if they are residential, they can have a 50-50 split where the city covers half and they cover half of the cost for the replacement repair of the sidewalk in front of their property. Commercial properties pay 100%. There's no cost share program for them. But council members have said, based on utilization, it seems like this is not being able to benefit lower income areas of the city, and a sliding scale approach was mentioned as something that was of interest. It would likely require amending city code in order to make that an option, and there may also need to be some justification studies about, well, how do we determine what the sliding scale is? So that would take multiple steps, but that's come up repeatedly as a point of interest. This also touches on CDBG, Community Development Block Grants. The administration is in the process of updating the 5-year consolidated plan, which determines what are eligible uses. Basically, the city telling HUD, if you give us these grant dollars, we will use it in the following eligible areas, and we will show benefit to our residents in those areas. And we need to make annual reporting in those areas to show HUD we're doing what we said we would do. The current plan does not identify sidewalks as a priority. Previous plans did. Sometimes CDBG was used as the match for lower income residents. So CDBG would do their 50% so they could participate in the 50-50 cost share program. There is an option to add that back in the next 5-year plan.
And can you, Madam Chair, on that same idea, whether it's commercial or residential, there's got to be somewhere the safety factor, because I can see that you could have a big crack and a big bulb out from your sidewalk. You don't have the funds, or you don't care about repairing it, but it's a huge factor safety-wise for the neighborhood. On the commercial side of the house, same thing. Hey, I don't really care, but it's a big safety hazard. What's the city's role in that safety side of the house, and make that fix that safety hazard? Whether it's a hole, whether it's a bump, whether it's now a new curb in the middle of the sidewalk, how we fix that problem. And again, back to the low income side of the house, the sliding scale is very. I'd love to look at that more.
Okay. Yeah, there's multiple aspects to this. That's why it's a larger policy topic. multiple funding sources, but also the question of enforcement and options. Okay. That was everything I had for a summary of where we are, potential additional funding, and the high-level policy topics that I've heard. Before we dive into the funding log, were there any other like kind of policy or higher-level topics?
Yes. So this is, I guess, for the good of the group, as well as Ben, I think is one of the things that becomes more and more and more apparent to me, especially as I'm spending more time out and about in the community during the summer months, is the current status of our streets when it comes to just the comprehensive nature of the upkeep of some of those streets. Now, we have incredible projects that are happening, like 2100 South, where we're seeing, significant investment from the city and improvements. However, I do note that a lot of those projects are really on major thoroughfares, and I'm not necessarily seeing those same types of upkeep and investments on some of our more residential and neighborhood streets. I would just bring to the attention of my fellow council members, if there's things we can do to support the existing staff and efforts to be able to dedicate resources or provide policy guidance to look at the resources that we are allocating to have stronger attention to some of those deteriorating residential streets through the data-driven processes that we've defined as a city, I would like to add that to the list of policy considerations.
I think part of the difference between those major street reconstruction projects, which we have seen several of recently, and the perception, I think the data also supports it, that the local streets are not seeing their overall condition improve as much, was the decision with the 2018 streets reconstruction bond that voters approved, where there was a decision 80% of those funds would go to major streets and 20% would go to local streets. And we're seeing the benefit of that on the major street side, absolutely. I think 2100 South is the last of those bond-funded projects, but we have heard, and you'll see this year and recent years in the CIP funding log, constituent requests for local residential streets because they're just not rising up in the data-driven process we have. Part of that is more people use major streets, and so funding those benefits a wider number of people. But then the local streets, especially cul-de-sacs, they kind of fall lower down.
Yeah, and I certainly appreciate the balance. We want to make sure that, the community investments are going to the resources that people use most. And so it's not in any way, shape, or form a knock on kind of the previous decision making and where we currently have projects that are taking place. Fully understand that. I also understand that in the conversations we had, even related to budget with some of our city experts, that they identified of the probably 10, city blocks that we allocated funding for, there were 300 city blocks that were in need. And I think what I'd like to see is how can we collectively look to close that gap so that we're not looking at a 30-year effort just to address the issues we know about today. And maybe start to make more progress related to the timeline and some of those efforts.
I remember it was the mill and overlay program where it was a 300 lane miles of need. About 10 miles per year was what we think the crew could do with the new equipment. That's a great example of the need versus the annual funding. Yeah. Hello, acting chair.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that the chair is not feeling well and the vice chair is occupied. And so the most senior member on the council becomes the acting chair. Dan is more senior by like 3 months. So I had to follow up with Lehua to make sure I was remembering it right.
Maybe 3 months, 1 month, and a couple years. Ben, thank you. I appreciate the comments because I agree with you wholeheartedly on the streets and reconstruction is pretty my number one priority. And I agree. And I think the local streets, and I think there were some documents that were saying that more of this funding was going to the locals streets than the arterial and the collector streets. So appreciate that effort. But yes, I would say any extra funds goes to streets, but that's my personal opinion at this point. Ben, thank you very much. Continue.
Let's dive into the funding log, and I'll do a little orientation. You'll see so each project has its own number. So if you are referencing something, it's easy to say project number, 7, whatever it might be. That's the first column. The next column, you will see in bold the title. You will also see underneath that in italics the lead department or division. And this is also where you can see if it's a constituent project. Every one of the constituent projects in italics will say constituent project and then which department or division would be leading out on that project. And then underneath that, we have the description. The descriptions are nearly identical to what you have already seen in the CIP budget book. If there's new information, I try to put it in blue so you can see that, oh, this is something that was not in the CIP book. The next column, it has the request, the full funding that was requested. Then it has the CDCIP. This is the Resident Advisory Board, how much funding in total they recommended. Then the mayor's funding recommendation, and then the blank underneath that is for the council. And these total amounts are a sum of all of the individual funding sources that have the orange headed columns. So if the total is different than what you're seeing in an individual column, that means there are other columns that have additional funding. I think it might be helpful to also touch base on the funding sources. The general fund can go to any project. These are your most flexible, most competitive dollars. This is often the last funding source that is allocated because doing it last preserves your options. Next we have, can you zoom in a little bit? I can't quite see it. Funding our future. So this is subject to the 5 critical need areas. We then have parks impact fees. Of course, these are limited to the eligible uses in the city's impact fee plan. Typically, parks impact fees are for adding service to the parks system. So that could be purchasing property, it could be adding a playground or an amenity that does not currently exist in a park. It cannot be used for replacing or maintaining an existing amenity because that does not increase the level of service in the park system. We then have funding our future transit. Public transit is one of the 5 critical need areas. I believe there's only 1 or 2 projects that tap into that funding amount. The next 3 columns are all under the heading Transportation Dedicated Sources. And I have a request in for the attorney's office to take a look at what the allowable uses are. We did this several years ago, but sometimes state law is tweaked, so we thought it would be good to double check that. There's a lot of overlap between these. So we first have funding our future streets, one of the 5 critical need categories. We then have Class C funds. These are gas tax funds. So when you go and fill up your car with petrol, there is a federal tax and a state tax. And a portion of the state tax comes to local municipalities for our eligible roads. And the last one for transportation is, yes.
Chair, can I ask a quick question? As far as the Class C gas tax through the state, that is completely administered and provided policy guidance for at the state level. Is that accurate, or do we have local flexibilities here?
The state law determines what the eligible expenses are.
Okay.
And the funding amount has been pretty flat
as long as I've been doing CIP. It's not something that you could increase or expand. Those are all determined by state law.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification.
And I think that that's where, to Ben's previous comment about having the attorneys look again at that oftentimes or sometimes there's more flexibility than we sort of initially interpret based on state law. And I think the years of experience we've had with different projects that have come up cause us to come up with different interpretations about what funding streams can be used. So,
Yep.
And on that same line, do we max out hours? We spend it all every year?
There is never enough of Class C funds because it usually goes to our streets.
So we spend it out every year.
Sometimes a little more comes in than we may have budgeted, and then it sits in the Class C like fund balance of its own. We could check if there's some funding in there, but I don't think it would be a lot.
Yeah, just curious because you're talking about the overlap. That one really didn't have an overlap. It's either curb to curb or just curb to curb, basically.
And most of the overlap is with the next one, the quarter-cent sales tax for transportation. I'm hoping to come back to you with like a Venn diagram of Class C funds and quarter-cent sales tax for transportation, because most of the uses are eligible for both, but there do seem to be some differences. For example, like the decking of a bridge versus the underlying structure of the bridge. One might be eligible and the other might not be. There may also be some flexibility with urban trails, active transportation, such as the 9-line trail. That might qualify for one, but not the other. So we'll come back to you with more guidance on that. And then the rightmost column. This is the capital maintenance holding account, the $15 million you transferred into CIP in budget amendment number 5. Those funds were approved after the Resident Advisory Board had completed their deliberations. So you don't have recommendations from the board, but the mayor did recommend fully using the $15 million. If there's no other questions, I think we can go through the individual projects. We typically go page by page, and it's really helpful if council members have questions that you want to share at this meeting or the next one. If you have any priority projects that you wanted to look at adding funding, or if it wasn't funded, if you want to add funding to that or shift funding away from something, this gives staff more time to coordinate and check with the departments about what those options look like, so we can bring those to you and still have enough time to talk through it.
Right, and just I want to go back one step. So the 1.875 that we just talked about, that's available. That's in a general fund category. That it has the most flexibility.
Yes.
The full 1.8 has got full flexibility on that. Okay.
You're correct.
Thank you.
And again, those are not in the funding log in front of you.
Right.
So if the council decides you do want to use some or all of it, I will update the funding log with those amounts.
And some of the funding here, I'm just going to go say funding of our other. We have money out of here, but some of that money could actually could act a different pot of the scale here. It could come from parks or transit, streets. Possibly, there's a possibility there.
Mm-hmm.
We just happen to pick it at use this one column to fund it at this time.
Correct.
Okay.
That is the reason if you look at the requested total, it doesn't say the request is specific to a funding source.
Right.
Because many of the projects are eligible for multiple funding sources. So I think we can go through page 1. Just take a minute, and if there are any projects you have questions about or you wanted to flag for potential funding shifts, let us know. Oh, and I should have said, the projects are in order. They are from highest to lowest scoring by the Resident Advisory Board.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next page.
All right, page 2.
Mr. Chair. Ben, can you help me understand the difference between number 3 and number 5? The Liberty Park Greenhouse restoration and design and construction documents.
Yeah, the first one is a constituent project, and the fifth, project number 5, is from the department. They are coordinated, so there is a benefit to funding both of them. And if we have someone from the Public Lands Department, I'd welcome them to come up, because there's been quite a bit of discussion on these two.
Thank you, Ben, and thank you, Council. That is correct. They are coordinated. We see the work that is needed at the greenhouse to be split between 5 separate phases. Love multi-phase projects, right? The first was funded by, if I'm remembering these phases correctly, the first was funded by a BA in last fiscal year to do immediate emergency shoring up and potential opening up of part of the greenhouse. The constituent CIP application is really part 2 or phase 2, where we're doing visioning, community outreach, potentially case studies of other greenhouses that do have public access throughout the country, and then some concept designs, but no further. And then the department's application, which is obviously for a much greater amount of money, is for the development of the construction documents that get you right up until construction, and then the last phase, I guess that's only 4 phases. The last or 4th phase would be then asking for something that has not yet been requested, funding that has not yet been allocated, which is the funding to reconstruct or significantly repair the Liberty Park greenhouse and restore it definitely to its previous condition, if not also expand access to that greenhouse. But because we haven't done any of the concept design, any of the community engagement, or technical assessment, or the construction document development, we don't yet have an accurate estimate as to how much construction or rehabilitation of that greenhouse would cost.
Thanks. Well, I'll just say I'm supportive of these 2 requests. I know they've been on our list for a couple of years now, and so I'm excited to see some energy going into the greenhouse.
Thanks.
I'll also flag number 1. I also know that fire training tower has been on our list for a few years, so I'm glad that that's recommended for funding this year as well.
I'll stay close.
And Chair, I would just echo Councilmember Mono's statements. The greenhouse last year was one of those heartbreaking ones where I was like, oh, like, let it get there. And so it was so close. And so I appreciate seeing it prioritized as part of the plans moving forward.
So if there's no other questions for number 1 through 7, go on to page.
I would just say that in regards to my earlier statement, anything we can do related to project 4 and 6, in terms of if there are additional funds that are available once we kind of reach the review, I'd like to come back and revisit.
Okay, noted.
On number 11, this is the crossings, safer crossings. Can I get a number of, how many crossings 300 grand goes to? Because I know hawk lights can be expensive, and there's some very inexpensive lights and very inexpensive crossing signs, but just a general ballpark what they're looking at and how many intersections and how this parlays into the quick reaction safe streets projects we have.
So these are, it was 300,000 in the transportation division's operations budget for those quick traffic calming.
Right.
And that was added by the council to say, well, we'd like to do something fast,
but livable streets is the permanent solution, which takes longer to get to. The safer crossings, these are, traffic calming permanent changes to the streetscape, but the specific intervention varies based on the location. So sometimes it is a hawk light, which could take all of the funding. Other times it's just like the rapid flashing beacons, which are much cheaper. I do believe there was a list in the application about the specific locations that are being prioritized, mostly based on injury and crash data. I can pull that up for the next staff report.
Thank you. Any other questions for items 1 through 11? All right, we'll go to 12 through 15 since that's page 4 and 5.
So, Chair, I have a follow-up on 12.
Yes.
So, this is just a clarification. So I think the title may not align with the recommendation for funding. In terms of the fact that I think the original request was for the $960,000, and that was 2 pavilions. With the recommendation, we're looking at 1 pavilion.
Correct.
I don't know if there's any flexibility to adjust the title just to more accurately reflect like what the city investment would be, so that it's not misconstrued to our residents.
Yeah, we can definitely update the title.
Mr. Chair, Councilmember Young, I'm interested in, is 1 pavilion the appropriate number, or is it something that we should be looking at potentially funding both?
My understanding is it's the same design for both locations, which was intentional because it makes it cheaper to reuse the same design multiple times. So I think the cost is the same for both, but we'll double check.
I guess what I'm thinking, I don't know this project, so if there's a need for 2 pavilions, it seems like you get a little bit of economy of scales of having one superintendent on site managing 2 pavilion constructions at the same time. And so maybe we would save a little bit by funding both of them rather than doing one and another in a subsequent year. But I don't know the projects. I don't know if we only need one.
I think 5 replacements are actually needed across Sugar House Park, and this is phasing them instead of coming to you with a larger request in one single year.
And then I guess my follow-up question would be, in understanding that that is a county and city managed park, is that something that the county will help fund as well?
So it's a 50% from the city, 50% from the county. The Sugar House Park Authority, there have been years where they have contributed a small amount of funding as well, but they do not have the kind of ongoing capital project funding that the city and the county do. So those were, I can think of only 2 examples, and they were several years ago. I don't believe the Park Authority is contributing funding to this project. I see Tom nodding.
Yeah, that's correct. The Park Authority gets its revenue from donations as well as from reservation fees, and usually those don't account for more than $50,000 to $75,000 a year, if I'm remembering correctly. There are 7 total pavilions in the park. One of them is currently under construction, and that is the first of 7 to be replaced, and that was also a 50-50 funding through a previous year's CIP request. So the county Parks and Rec Department, as well as the Park Authority, as well as Salt Lake City, believe that requesting 2 of the remaining 6 was an appropriate request, and Salt Lake County has given the thumbs up to funding their $960,000 of that request, if that is what our council decides. If our council decides $480,000 or another amount, they will then alter their budget to match 50-50 what we have done.
So, Chair, just to follow up on, I guess, Councilmember Manos' request, So this will be a reoccurring request until we make it through the 7. If you look at the existing pavilions, the deterioration is getting to the point where it's not just a question of kind of the visual appeal, but it's a safety issue. And so I think that we'll continue to see requests from the authority if it's possible to fund 2 this year. I know that that was their original intent, and kind of what they had asked for and planned for. It's good to know that the county's prepared to move on that. And so I would fully support moving it back to the 960,000 if funds allow.
I think I would support that as well. It seems, comparison to the amount of additional funding we put into CIP, a small amount to make that project whole. And if we're going to do the project anyway, it does seem like doing more than one a year makes sense to me.
Okay.
Sure. I'm open to putting it on the drawing board.
Okay.
And just to council, we'll take about, we have another 15 minutes or so, then we'll take a break before we start back up at 4 o'clock. So we have another 15 minutes here. And Ben, we should just continue on this one, or?
Yeah, I think this leaves enough time to get through most or maybe all of the funding log, which would be great. I didn't hear any questions on 13, so I think we're going to page 5.
I think 5 or 6, yeah. So any questions or comments from items 1 through 17, which is 17 is on page 6, the playgrounds and the courts. Any questions, concerns?
Oh, sorry. Could we go back to number 15?
Yeah.
I am interested in learning more about the citywide park restroom planning study. What exactly that means. And it says Fairmont restroom conceptual design. Do we believe what is that project funding?
So this is a constituent project. You might remember it from last year, and there are 2 parts. It would be more accurate to emphasize that it's a park system study of restrooms. It is not outside of the public lands system. So it's not going to look at where restrooms are available in, say, downtown. It's only in the public lands system. So that's the first part, is that study. The second part is coming up with designs for a new restroom, whether it's replacing an existing one or just adding one as an increased level of service. The constituent commented that it would be, in their opinion, helpful to kind of go first with a new restroom in Fairmont Park. He said that there is support from people he's discussed this with, and it would be basically like the pavilions in Sugar House Park. Once you have the design, you know how much it costs, you know how it works, and then you could replicate it in other parts of the public land system.
Yeah, Chair, if I can add to that. So I'm really familiar with this from last year. And I'll just say that I think the vision is that if you look at a lot of our existing restroom facilities, they were built to be efficient in terms of, no frills and making sure that they get the job done in terms of offering a restroom option. At the same time, we've seen over time that those designs don't necessarily lend themselves to safe bathrooms, just due to other compounding factors within those communities. And so the goal of this is to say, okay, so we know we have these existing restrooms. How do we redesign and or design for the future in a way to meet both needs? So still being cost effective, but also creating more safety related to them being usable. Because right now, at least in Fairmont Park, those bathrooms are locked and closed because we just don't have the capacity as a city to be in there on a daily basis cleaning them up. And so this is trying to address that more systemically.
Any questions about the Byway program? or courts and playgrounds. And is on the byway program, this is ongoing. The request is 1.6. The recommendation is 970,000. This seems like this is going to be an ongoing full-year program.
Both number 16 and number 17, these are programs where you see them in CIP almost every year. One of the goals for the city's capital asset plan is to look at these programs, which have annual funding requests, figure out how much funding ideally would be needed each year to, say, replace sport courts or playgrounds, so that we're able to get to all of them within, kind of an optimal time, and not have piling up the number of assets that are getting close to or have failed. So I know that's something that the departments are looking at, and some of these requested amounts are their best guesses. Like, a couple million a year would be ideal funding, but of course there's not enough funding to meet all of the needs. Right. But that's something that the capital asset plan would help with, is identifying what those are across departments.
So they would realistically not come out of the CIP project, but more the budget of the department.
You would still want to put it in the CIP fund because they're construction projects, and it's going to take more than one bit, so you don't want the funds to lapse to fund balance. But it's planning for multiple years to say, what do we need ongoing each of these years in order to keep up with what the best capital maintenance would be.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, can I ask a follow-up? And this may be for our department experts. When I look at the proposal, it was originally 3.1 million. We're basically recommending about half of that. So then I look over at the description where there were kind of 8 different potential needs related to condition that were prioritized. My question related to that list is, I know that there's at least 2 parks on there that also have pending community engagement efforts, whether it's Sunnyside related to kind of the recent discussions with the university, and or Fairmont in terms of some of the application of the existing parks revenue. Curious how that factors in to them being on the list or not on the list at the reduced funding amount.
That's a great question. We put them in priority order based on the condition of the asset. So how the concrete is doing, how are the poles, how are the nets and the fences and the slides and all that stuff, as well as geographic need, equity, and opportunity. And I think opportunity is what you're getting at, where we have an already funded project in that same park, and maybe that project would have had to use their project funding to replace the court, replace the playground, or not do those things because there isn't enough funding, and then using the funding in a much more budget conscious way, because you already have the designer, the contractor, and the project going, and you can definitely do more. You can get more work done in those parks or those spaces that have an ongoing project than just doing a one-off project, say in a park that doesn't have anything else going on other than a playground or a court replacement.
That was super helpful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I also have an update on number 16, the Neighborhood Byways program. The council previously fully funded this. I think it was 2 years ago. The costs have significantly increased, and so this $970,000 is likely needed mostly or entirely for that project. So an example of the impact of inflation.
Thank you, Ben. All right, we'll move on to page 7.
Chair.
Yes.
So Ben, on number 19, at the reduced recommendation of $860,000, would it be accurate to assume that we're getting one of the 2 traffic signals in failing condition? And what are we doing with the other failing traffic signal?
So the traffic signals are 450,000 each. So even at this level, 2 might be a stretch. Maybe the cost overrun account would help get the second one, but I don't think it would be more than 2. So unless there's something specific at these locations that is, maybe it's a smaller intersection, I don't know.
So I'll just share with my fellow council members that is concerning to me, in terms of having a failing traffic signal, and not having a solution or a revenue source with which to address it if it did fail. So I would just flag that for consideration.
So basically, the consideration is if we're like $100,000 low for 2, let's fund it. So fund 2. If we had a good estimate on what 2 would be, is that how you is that how I'm reading you? Okay.
And
Oh.
please, Chair, go ahead.
Good, Darren.
Okay, I think I'd be supportive of that. I'm also interested in programs with this year that is unique, that we have a little bit more money we can add into projects, or a lot more money that we can add into projects. I'm interested in finding out which ones require less staff time to manage, and it seems like a traffic replacement, if it's already a traffic signal that exists and we just need to replace equipment, might require less staff time, therefore the funds could be used faster. So I would be even interested in knowing if my assumption is true, and if so, maybe looking at going even above the 2 traffic signals if more than 2 are necessary. Similar to, I think, with the Sugar House Park Pavilion, if we're doing 1, it seems like not that much more staff time to manage a second.
Yep.
I'm interested in some of those, rather than funding more projects that are going to add to the backlog of planning and design staff and community engagement staff, things that we know are necessary, that we can catch up on deferred maintenance, that, like, I don't imagine you need to do a lot of surveys to figure out that the traffic signal doesn't work and that it needs to be replaced, but I could be wrong.
That's a good point, and I can't remember, it might have been the council retreat where the idea came up about a performance metric for CIP, and the idea of looking at subcategories of capital projects from when it's funded to when it's constructed, to see, are there certain categories of projects that take longer or are quicker? That's something that the capital asset plan could also help track. But for this year, we'll ask the administration about which of the projects are likely faster to implement.
I just wanted to mention, I'd be interested to see the final cost to upgrade them to current standards. It says here, they mention possibly updating the signals so that we could respond to traffic, bicyclists, and pedestrians. I think that's a great need. And if we have the ability to upgrade to that, I would love to see that prioritized.
Okay, we'll get that for you.
And our last one, we're just going to go over the ones that have been recommended for funding. And our last one would be number 22. Jordan River Revitalization.
There are other projects lower down that are recommended for funding. You do have to go several pages.
Okay, thank you.
The Resident Advisory Board, they recommended, it was 3 or 4 constituent projects that were 100% eligible for parks impact fees. And that funding source has a healthy balance. And so they said, let's go ahead and recommend funding for those projects, which are lower down. They didn't require matching funds because they're fully eligible. So that's part of the reason there's kind of a jump to the next projects that are recommended for funding.
And the next one is on page 15, number 44, the Riverside Park Pathway Loop. Page 15, number 44, and page number 47, the Fairmont Parks basketball courts. We've had some discussions on that one, Councilmember Young. That's on page 16.
In the absence of council members Wharton and Pui, I did want to call out number 20, the Memory Grove Park Urgent Repairs and Preservation. We are gathering responses. They had asked about legal commitments that the city might have for those war memorials as the capital city in trust representing the whole state, as well as this is actually 10 different projects that are all bundled together, which is why it's so expensive at
Which
the
number is
1.9. Number 20 on page 7.
It might be down the list here. Glendale one.
Number 20, Memory Grove.
No, where's project on Glendale? Was there a project on Glendale?
There is not one for Glendale
Okay.
in the funding log. The phase 1, funded by the first issuance of the Parks bond, you did approve that in a budget amendment last fiscal year. There will be many more requests. The 9 million is only for phase 1, and the master plan has several more phases. I would expect next year in CIP there will be a request for more funding to Glendale. There are likely needs for more funding even sooner. If it sounds like your question is phase 1 fully funded? And I don't know off the top of my head.
Tom's nodding yes.
Behind you. Yep.
Okay, so I guess to Councilmember Mono's point earlier, if there are opportunities to support Glendale, noting that that is a multi-phased approach that is going to make a big difference for the residents in those neighborhoods. If there were opportunities to provide that project additional funding in a way that funding could be utilized, not in 5 years, but in the more relevant time frame, I would certainly be interested in knowing what that was.
Okay.
All right, Council, we're going to take a break here. Thank you very much, Ben. We're going to have to stop this one, and we're going to take a break until 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock, and we'll move on to item number 7. Thank you.
We're going to pick up with item A7, an ordinance for the Sports, Entertainment, Culture, and Convention District text amendment. At the table, we have Nick Tarbett, Council Policy Analyst, joined by our other favorite Nick Norris, of the Planning Director.
That's the Nick Norris, I think is how it's properly said. I'll just give a quick introduction and then turn the time over to Nick to go through the bulk of the presentation. As you mentioned, this is a briefing on a zoning ordinance that would amend the D4 Secondary Business District zone to support the creation of the Sports, Entertainment, Culture, and Convention District. This proposal is a city-led petition initiated by Mayor Mendenhall in response to Senate Bill 272, the Capital City Revitalization Act. It establishes the process and timeline for creating a revitalization district centered around the Delta Center. At the conclusion of Nick's presentation, we do have some outstanding policy questions we would like to get direction from the council on.
All right, there we go. Thank you. And you can just jump right into the next slide. So I wanted to start, this proposal would be make modifications to the D4 zone. And we wanted to start with identifying where the D4 zone is, because sometimes the way our downtown zones are mapped are not very intuitive. But on this screen on your slide, the D4 zone is highlighted in yellow, so you can see that it is mostly between West Temple and 400 West, with a block extending up to North Temple, and then down to halfway in between 3 and 400 South. The D4 zone is intended to be the secondary business district, central business district. So the D1 is the central business district. D4 is supposed to be the secondary. So the intent is that it will be subordinate to the D1 zone. Next slide. Within the D4 zone, there are multiple height regulations. We included on this map some of the surrounding zones too, to give the council an idea of visually where different heights are allowed. So the area in orange, which makes up the bulk of the D4 zone, allows 125 feet maximum. The area in blue allows buildings up to 180 feet. The area in yellow, which includes the Salt Palace blocks, allows up to 375 feet. And then the area in red is no limit. And it's important to note that a portion of the D1 zone does extend to 300 West along South Temple on both streets. Design review is also different in each of these zones. So in the areas in orange and yellow, it's 75 feet. In blue, it's 90. And at red, it's 200. Next slide. The issues that we have heard as we've gone through this are outlined on this page. I'm not going to read them all because everyone, I think, can read those, but they really both fall into three categories: the height, heliports, and signs. Next slide. The proposed height would be, right now, the initial proposal did not have a maximum height, which matched the D1 zone. Design review, however, kicked in at 75 feet versus 200 feet in the D1 zone. What was modified prior to going to the Planning Commission was that the permitted height, that's the height where design review kicks in, would stay at 75 feet, but the maximum building height would go, there'd be a cap at 600 feet instead of an unlimited. That would be in the areas in yellow. Next slide. The typical height impacts that we've heard in the downtown area associated with this proposal, but that we hear in general, really focus on several things: view corridors, and most of those are related to private views, the shadows, and then the impacts to historic buildings. All of these can have pros and cons. For example, shadows, as we are becoming a warmer community, shadows become much more important in the summer, and buildings can help with that. I mean, obviously trees are best, but buildings can help as well. The drawback is that sometimes those public areas, sidewalks, are colder in the winter. With historic buildings, there can be additional setbacks, step backs at certain heights that relate to the elevations of the buildings, and then design review can also provide some standards to help with that. Next slide. The land use changes are fairly minimal. The proposal for heliports to be permitted has been removed from the proposal, so it will stay as a conditional use and is not under consideration for change at this time. That leaves the two other uses. One is stadiums, which the Delta Center is, by zoning definition, is considered a stadium. At this point, that would change to a permitted use. There's really the impacts that would generate the need for a conditional use are well known and well established at this point in time in our downtown, and we don't see an arena creating any new additional impacts that would warrant a conditional use. Similar with commercial parking, there's already all kinds of provisions that limit where parking structures and surface parking lots can go in the D1 and D4 zones, and which these areas are. And so we feel like it's okay for that use to be permitted because of all of the other restrictions on parking areas. Next slide. Sign regulations are one of the significant aspects of this proposal. Currently, the arena has its own overlay that allows a variety of larger signs than what normally are allowed in the D1 and the D4. It's important to note that the D1 zone and the D4 zone have the exact same base sign regulations. The overlay expands those to allow some bigger signs to fit the nature of the arena. Next slide. So this proposal would extend the overlay to the Salt Palace blocks. There is a separate proposal that was submitted by representatives of the Salt Palace that would create a new overlay for the Salt Palace. They are fairly similar in nature, and we feel it's because of that, it's better to have one overlay than two overlays, especially when it's possible that the two overlays will essentially merge together if everything shakes out the way people think that it's proposed. But these are the types of signs. We added this in so people could get an idea of what these signs are, and we try to use local signs so people can see them. But the flat sign allows for larger, they get a certain number of square footage per building frontage. So a building like the Delta Center would have 4 building frontages. So they could, and they do, have signs on multiple sides of the building. The flat sign for the storefront orientation is smaller. You can see an example with a similar regulation in the image. Roof signs are those roofs that are mounted on top of a building. Next slide. These are probably some of the bigger impactful signs that are in the area. So the first is this freestanding electronic changeable copy sign. So this sign was added to our code the last time the arena went through a renovation. So fairly recently, I think that was only about, or less than 10 years ago. So we don't have a lot of this type of sign in the city. The image that you see is actually from LA Live because it shows the type of sign on a lighting structure on what is a plaza within there. Then we have special event signs. These are signs that go on buildings. There's usually banner types of things. We've seen them, the library has an overlay that allows these types of signs, and we see them on the Delta Center quite frequently. And then window signs, which you can see on one of the turrets of the Salt Palace. Next slide. I wanted to touch quickly on the downtown plan and how it relates to this proposal. This is an overview of what's in the plan. It's not meant to be the digestible part of it, but we're going to focus on a few things. One of those are the key moves. Is this proposal helps support two of the major are identified in the downtown plan. Next slide. So the downtown plan envisions the central business district growing to the south and the west. This is a generalized map that's in the plan that shows where those areas are now, and there's policies that support it. I don't know how well that turns up on everybody's screen, but you can see an oval that highlights the Salt Palace and the arena and the general areas around it. As you can see, it's in that area that's intended to grow. Next slide. The key moves that I mentioned, there's two that are really important here. One is the cultural core, and there's various policies that support the growth of the cultural core, and then sports expansion. Next slide. So in this, if you can read those highlighted areas, the cultural core has a couple of key things. I'd want to call attention to the item at the bottom if you can read that. But it basically, to summarize, says develop policies to support bringing more people into the cultural core. And then the map, there we go. The map that's on that same slide shows the general area where the cultural core is discussed. And you can see that it includes portions of the Salt Palace in there, and the area where Bravenel Hall and Umoka are. Next slide. So for sports expansions, the plan essentially identifies creating an entertainment district around the arena. Obviously, it was done in a time when the arena had a different name, so we've corrected that in this presentation. But what the plan says, I think, speaks for itself in this area. Next slide. Within the downtown plan, there are various districts, and the downtown is divided into, I think, 8 or 9 different districts. One of those is the Salt Palace District. And these are some of the quotes from the description of that area, which this zoning, the D4 zone and the other zones in the area with the changes support. Next slide. One of the key goals in downtown is to increase the number of housing units. We actually have achieved the goal identified in the plan already. This was by 2040, the goal was to add 10,000 housing units into the greater downtown area. We've already exceeded that. But these are some of the housing policies that are in the downtown plan that talk about basically densifying the entirety of the downtown area. Next slide. One of the key points of input that we've received are the impacts, particularly to the Japanese Church of Christ. And as we went through the Planning Commission, we gave them some different options on how this impact could be addressed through either increased setbacks, limiting heights of buildings immediately adjacent, and maintaining and expanding the existing garden around the property. This helps reduce the impacts of change. And I think it's important to note that some of this was negotiated when the Salt Palace was already expanded, especially the existing gardens. And so maintaining that is a nod to that, and helps integrate in a way that minimizes impacts the important cultural resource that the Japanese Church of Christ provides in this area of the city. Next slide. As we were going through it, the Smith Entertainment Group also brought up several alternatives. One was to have design review or for any building above 400 feet and then the other was to allow off-premise advertising within the sign overlay. And so we did present these to the Planning Commission. Let's go to the next slide. Ultimately, the Planning Commission recommended not to adopt the changes. They added 3, requests for the City Council to consider, and those are on the screen. The staff recommendation was to adopt the proposal as listed on this screen and also listed in the Planning Commission staff report, and I believe in the transmittal. And I believe that's the last slide.
Thank you, Nick. Council, do you have any questions before we get to Nick Tarbit's policy questions?
So if I can just ask a clarifying question related to slide 10 for the sign overlay. So I've received some outreach about this, and I just want to make sure I understand. So the existing signs on slide 10, even though they're photos from another city, the freestanding electronic changeable sign, that's already in our code. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's just that people haven't utilized that aspect of code. This is not then a new component. The new part is that we would be extending that opportunity to the 2 additional blocks where the Salt Palace currently stands. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it would be to the entirety of the blocks where the Salt Palace stands.
Okay, so already allowable. It's just a question of that extension. On the Salt Palace block, obviously they already have some of these signs related to like the window signage and components like that. So I guess I'm trying to figure out the difference between what's already allowed at the Salt Palace versus what's being proposed.
So some of these signs aren't technically allowed on the Salt Palace. And so that's one reason why they submitted a proposal to create their own overlay, is for particularly like these window signs, some various directional signs to highlight where parking entrances are and things like that. So that was something that the Planning Commission recommended earlier this year prior to all of this stuff coming out. And so we kind of have these 2 different proposals that apply to the same area. So part of this is reconciling which proposal or which modifications to make.
Got it. Thank you.
Chair, thank you. Nick, thank you for the presentation. Is there any review for signage placements? That way we're not consolidating signs in one particular area of this zone?
Typically, there's not in our sign code anything that requires that. There is the ability for people to create what's called I can't remember the exact term, but basically a development specific sign package through the Planning Commission if they're already in like a design review or a plan development process. So one aspect of this clarifies that as they're going through the site planning process, and we know more information about how that site will lay out, then it's possible to have a review of those signs to make sure that they're again, the primary reason is to prevent them from becoming a nuisance.
That's something I'd like to see included. I'm not gathering this from what has been currently recommended, or would you say this proposal does include that, where there is review, so that there is a site review and plan?
There's nothing that it specifically requires that type of review. It's something that if they're, like I said, if they're in a design review or a plan development process, then we look at that as part of the overall picture. But absent that, there is not a review of signs other than making sure they comply with the zoning code.
It seems to me that in Central District 1, in District 1 zoning, that's something we could pursue in the future. Is that correct, Nick?
You
To
can
include a
pursue
site
it
review.
for anywhere
Sure.
related to signs, yeah.
But
It's
specifically
probably developments over a certain size that have multiple access points and multiple signs. That's typically where it's used. Like Gateway has a very specific sign plan that was approved as part of their plan development. Trolley Square does. The baseball arena does. Those kinds of things, or stadium do. So those kinds of things are
it's not unusual, but it's usually for much larger developments.
Sure, and I know this is signage is something we're looking at, so I would just like to make note of that for Nick. Thanks.
Councilmember Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also on the sign side of the house, the brightness in different times of night. Is there a dimming factor here? Is that part of this regulation now? Because
So
light pollution is a big.
We have a pending proposal that would apply that to all electronic signs in the city. It's right now being held up a little bit. But there some people in the sign industry have some concerns about it, and so we wanted to try to rectify some of those concerns before we transmitted it. But it's certainly within the council's purview to put curfew regulations on signs that control the brightness during certain hours.
Is that also I'm not sure if it's the dwell time or the shift time, how long a sign has to be, like a billboard on the freeway has to be there for a certain amount of time.
Yeah, so there's two different measures. There's the dwell and the twirl, and they both do different things. One is how fast an image can change, and one is the amount of like motion that can happen on the sign. So those apply right now to billboards. Part of that proposal I was mentioning includes applying those to citywide. I don't know what the status and timeline of that's going to be, and so clearly this is going to move faster than that. So if the council wants to add those types of regulations, we can help craft those so that they apply.
So would that be a developer agreement that we would enter into to specifically set levels of brightness and times, or is that something that we would have to just release if it were approved?
Well, you can do it a couple of different ways. You can add it to the code, and then any sign has to do it. If it's in a development agreement, it would only apply to those properties that are subject to that development agreement.
Council? I'm going to disclose a bias. I firmly endorse the design review above 75 feet. I personally am not stressed out about view corridors when the west side view is typically of people who need housing, and we are not building to our capacity vertically, knowing that we are boxed in by mountains. So going high isn't a super concern for me, even though I empathize with people who don't like it. The truth of the matter is we're just like Manhattan, except instead of rivers boxing us in, it's mountains. So we have got to go taller if we're going to house people. However, I want to make sure that as we go taller, we are doing so in a way that is respectful of things like Japantown and the Japanese Church of Christ, that we are doing so in a way that is judicious and prudent to all sorts of different considerations. So I am meaning to give a pathway to what height needs to happen here. I am not trying to be obstructionist, but I do believe that our experts should get a second bite of the apple at guiding the process. Darren, I can't believe you haven't said something yet.
I agree with keeping design review on there. I think that having as many opportunities for both the experts in the city but also the public to engage with this process is positive.
I'm going to say I'm a little concerned and want to know, do we need to provide additional training to people on our commissions? The second 2 points under the Planning Commission recommendations, not a problem. I don't want the county telling me what to do with my assets, and it is not okay for me to tell them what to do with their assets. And in this, the city must protect city issues because no one else will, and the county must advocate for theirs. That feels like a big problem to me. And nothing was mentioned about the convention center or about UMOCA. So I'm a little concerned about that as well. So if we need to offer additional training on what's in our purview and on what our role is in agreements, I'm happy to allocate more time, energy, and resources to that as a council.
Yeah, I'd concur with Councilmember Petro. I do think that it's concerning that we have an advisory board who's making recommendations to the city related to a county-owned asset. I too, that caught me by surprise in terms of it being then something that we can take action on. So I think just making sure that those types of contextual references are not just clarified, but maybe, we lead with that in terms of helping to define the city roles and responsibilities so that those recommendations from those experts, they're important to me. But that flags for me that there may be a disconnect between the information they have access to and what we've been discussing at council. So thank you.
Council, any other? Nick Tarbett, can we go to your policy questions then?
That'd be great. So the first one, I think we're just asking the county initiated their petition. They've crossed up with this one right now. We've talked with the representatives on that petition, and we've asked them to review the D4 overlays so that they can understand what it is, and if they need to ask for additional changes that would address their concerns. So we will, while they're doing that, we may come back to the council. It may totally work, and they could potentially withdraw their petition, but we're just asking, let us work with them to find out exactly how we can make that work. The second one, just from the policy questions and the staff report, when we were talking about additional height, there was some recommendations on how to mitigate that impact to adjacent properties, such as setbacks, landscape buffers, stuff like that. Does the council want to talk with Nick Norris about whether or not we should include any of those in the final petition at this time?
Madam Chair, I am interested in the setbacks and stepbacks, particularly from the Japanese Church of Christ, given that it's adjacent on the same block. My question is, though, I know that there are things that, given that this is a city-initiated petition, is there a development agreement? That would be strange, right?
So there could be for portions of the land within the project area. I don't know the exact answer on whether there will be one, but it's possible that if all the agreements are in place to redevelop portions of the Salt Palace site, that could include a development agreement. Whether that would likely include the county, city, and SEG, but I don't know if there is or isn't at this point.
Yeah, I mean, absent that, if we wanted to create buffer from the Church of Christ, would add it as text within the zoning text change that there must be a buffer?
Probably, and there's a way to do that. So the D4 zone has a number of historic buildings that are listed on the National Register, and so you could put some buffer in there. The harm in that is that there's nothing that protects those buildings from being demolished. And so, for example, just to the south of the Buddhist temple, there's a home that's on the National Register that is likely to be demolished. And once it goes, we can write the provisions in the code that if it's a listed building or that this applies, and then they would go, that provision wouldn't apply if that resource is demolished, if it's not otherwise protected by city ordinance. Hopefully that made sense.
Because it's the National Register, not the local register.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nick Tarbett, is that enough feedback on that point, or do we need?
Well, Would you like planning staff to come back with some recommendations for potential setbacks
Yes.
at a future meeting?
Yes, please.
Potentially this will be on August 13th for a public hearing, so we could potentially have it on the work session to provide an update.
Thank you.
Okay. Signs and advertising. So I think we already talked about dimming, twirl, and dwelling like that. Those are some options. Would you like planning staff to come back with some options as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask, will the recommendations be for the entire ordinance, or will you be speaking specifically to the district?
They would probably apply to either the D4 signs in the D1 and D4 zones or the sign overlay.
Okay.
Because we can't apply them citywide because we haven't,
Okay.
that broadens this proposal pretty significantly.
Okay, thank you.
So pertaining to questions on on-premise advertising that we've received from Smith Entertainment Group, would the council, so I guess, do we understand the difference between on-premise and off-premise advertising? On-premise is you're advertising for events, activities that occur within that building. Off-premise is obviously somewhere else. They are requesting to broaden the definition of on-premise so that if they have an event going on at the Delta Center, they could put up ads throughout the entertainment district that focus people towards the Delta Center on that. They are also interested in completely off-site advertising, such as something like a billboard. As noted in planning staff report, that's beyond the scope of this petition. To allow more billboards in the city would have to go through a zoning change. So that's something that could happen if you direct staff to work with SEG or to talk about that in the future. We could do that.
Would it matter if we were to allow something like that? I would be interested in Umoka, the symphony, anything that's on site having a reciprocity, so it wasn't just everyone pointing to the Delta Center, but it would be free promotion for anything within the district. That still would be a full ordinance change, or is there an overlay possibility?
No, that's something that you can actually do within the overlay. You can define what the premises is for that. So that I think that's a reasonable approach. We have concerns with expanding it to be full off-premise advertising without taking a more comprehensive, holistic approach about the citywide regulations for off-premise advertising. We know that we've had requests and discussions about similar types of things with the Grand Boulevards and other things, and those are very complicated issues, and I think it's better to have those more focused, give them the time that they need to be discussed versus trying to get something in place before September 1st, because I think that's going to potentially have some unintended consequences with billboards elsewhere in the city.
It wouldn't close the door entirely as we work through and do our very necessary due diligence on the billboard ordinance. Once that gets updated, then their signage, if it's appropriate, if that's the ordinance, then it could potentially, or will we be eliminating it as a function altogether?
Absolutely. That, if we're going to go through a process to update our off-premise advertising regulations, there would be a window and an opportunity
if we deem that that's an
to do
appropriate
something
way
that
to do billboards in the city.
applies here or in other parts of the city.
Madam Chair, I'll
Yes, sir.
just weigh in on that. I am interested in looking at what the definition of the premises and how we would define that in our ordinance, because I think that seems reasonable. I'm not interested, at least not at this time, in expanding off-premises advertising abilities.
Anything else on that? Could I get confirmation that design review, the council supports planning's recommendation that it's at 75 feet?
Yes.
You do not have any appetite to go higher? Okay. I think that's all from us. So if there's anything else.
I think that they took it too easy on us. I was prepared for that to be more of a soul-crushing fight. Okay. All right.
That's what we
We've
offer.
been called a lot of things. I think that might be the first time I've been.
You're not soul-crushing, Nick Norris. That's the good news. Thank you both. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Compared to some of the other work going on with this project, the planning department has kind of gone unseen. So thank you for diligently and effectively working your end of this. We appreciate you.
Sometimes we like to be unseen. So that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we will turn our attention now to item A8, the Capital City Revitalization Zone Participation Agreement follow-up. Our city attorney, Katie Lewis, is coming to the table. Our mayor and Erin Mendenhall will be joining her, and we do have Mike Mon from SEG with us. Mike, if you want to be a presence, we're happy to. We're also happy to let our city attorney, whatever works best for you. Before I defer the time, I do want to preface this by saying this is for council. This is a moment of breath. This is a culmination of a lot of work for us. And I do want to go on the public record as saying I'm really proud of the work that you as my co-councilors did. But more than anything, I don't think the city realizes what unsung heroes and assets they have in the city council staff. Notably Nick Tarbett and Jen Bruno, who represented us on council side. That is not to diminish at all Rachel Otto and her brilliance from the mayor's side, or our city attorney who represents everyone so efficiently and effectively. But I am really thankful to be here at this moment sharing it with you, and don't take it lightly at all what we're discussing. And I'm eager to allow the public to finally put their eyes on something and for us to discuss things in a deeper context that's going to allow us to become the expansive city that it has space for everything that we all know it can be. So with that, I am going to turn the time over to our city attorney and our mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you for receiving a transmittal that just came through moments ago. You know that we set out with a flagship goal of securing not only the Utah Jazz, but a new NHL team in our downtown core. And with this partnership agreement, we accomplished that goal and so much more. So many deals around this country for arenas and sports teams involve a tremendous amount of public subsidy for one team and one arena. But what we are getting in this agreement is so much more. 2 teams, the renovation of the Delta Center to accommodate both teams with a state-of-the-art facility, the revitalization of 2 key downtown blocks, the honor and the recognition of the history, especially of Japantown, and funding for us to invest there, and for real and tangible benefits for decades to come for Salt Lakers. We are the home of sports, entertainment, convention, and culture, and this deal secures our position as such in the state of Utah. We know also that urban centers across this country suffer without intentional investment, and the lure of cheaper property can pull investments, first pulling people and then jobs and commerce and amenities, that ends up hollowing out and gutting urban centers. With this deal, we ensure the future of Salt Lake City for everyone, not just for sports fans. And we're grateful that we've reached this conclusion of the partnership agreement at this point. Much more to go, and that we have a partner in SEG and represented by Mike Mon, who's been a great partner for us to negotiate. It has been a true negotiation. And with that, I'll turn it over to Katie Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mike, for joining us today. I thought it would be important to first start with an overview of the law that guides this negotiation, and then I will go through the major deal points. I know that the City Council is planning a second briefing on July 9th with a potential vote, and I think it's important to state that the final participation agreement will be made public prior to that July 9 vote. So this is the first step to introduce the concept so that you all have a time to think about it before that July 9th hearing and vote. As you all know, the Utah legislature passed the Capital City Revitalization Zone Act this recent legislative session, which authorizes the city to levy a 0.5 sales tax to support the revitalization of a downtown district around an arena. And the first step for that is for the city to receive an application from an entity that owns a sports franchise that plays its home games at that arena. On April 4th, we received that application, which started the process of Salt Lake City's negotiations of a participation agreement for the use of that revitalization sales tax. The application was submitted by Smith Entertainment Group, which, as the mayor said, owns the Utah Jazz and the NHL franchise. So between April and now, we have been negotiating a participation agreement, and the major deal terms are what you have before you today in the transmittal. I'd like to note that SB 272 provides a highly compressed time frame for the city to negotiate this participation agreement, and it's only one of many steps in this project. But because it's the first step, Salt Lake City was able to sit with SEG and help set the vision for the project, including an opportunity to negotiate public benefits, a time frame for the investment of the public money, a commitment for the teams to play home games at the Delta Center, and a long-term process for communication and transparency between the city and Smith Entertainment Group. So given the amount of information that is in the transmittal, I thought that I would give you a broad overview and then get into the details. That broad overview includes an overview of the project, the maximum dollar amount of public investment from the revitalization sales tax, the public benefits that the city's negotiated with Smith Entertainment Group, transparency and reporting, and then the requirements for a county lease and non-relocation provisions. I will stop there. That's a big introduction. Do you all have any questions for any of us before we get into those details?
Council? Councilwoman Young.
So you brought up the legislation and the timeline. It is one of the things that I consistently hear from residents. Why are we going so quickly? Can you just provide any additional guidance about the city's role and our time frame to make this decision to be in compliance with the state legislation?
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Young. The state law requires that the City Council vote to endorse the participation agreement and the project area by September 1st. That then sets off a process where that agreement would go to a legislatively created revitalization zone committee, which can either approve or not approve and send back the agreement to Salt Lake City for additional review. Once the participation agreement and project area have final approval from the committee and the council, then Salt Lake City may adopt the sales tax, and that has to happen by the end of the year. The reason we are talking about this in July, not September, is to give the committee an opportunity to review this draft participation agreement. So if there are further conversations that need to be had, we've got space and a time frame before that September 1 and December deadline.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Any other questions? Okay, great. So we'll start with an overview of the project. The participation agreement. First, I'd like to make a distinction between the project area and the area in which SEG is committing to spend the revitalization sales tax. So the state law says that we can draw a boundary of 100 acres, and that's the project area. The participation agreement will include a map of property both east and west of the Delta Center that comprises that 100 acres. But the participation agreement also identifies 3 city blocks, the Delta Center and 2 blocks east of it, which is where the revitalization sales tax that Salt Lake City is committing to SEG will be invested. The reason for that is that's the Delta Center and the 2 blocks that SEG is negotiating a lease with the county for the Salt Palace on, and will endeavor to do so between now and July. So there have been some questions about the difference between the 100 acres and a smaller area, and I want to clarify that it's those 3 city blocks, which is where the money in this agreement will be committed. In that 3 block area, SEG is committing to design and remodel the Delta Center to be a first-class facility to accommodate the home games for both the NHL and NBA teams. And then, as I mentioned, SEG will be collaborating with the county to develop the 2 additional blocks to the east. The participation agreement will require SEG to endeavor to use sustainable development elements in that construction, and also endeavor to engage with small, women-owned, veteran, and minority-owned businesses in the construction and contracting. In addition, and this was brought up in the previous session, so I want to clarify, this participation agreement will require a development agreement for the district development, and that development agreement will have design guidelines for the architectural design of that district. All of the development that is being funded by the revitalization sales tax that Salt Lake City is committing must be completed within 10 years of the date of the participation agreement. So that's both the remodel of the Delta Center and the development of the district that is paid for by Salt Lake City revitalization sales tax. I'll stop there. That's the overview. Does anyone have any questions about that?
Council.
Great. The law requires us to identify a maximum dollar amount that will be committed to Smith Entertainment Group, and that maximum dollar amount is $900 million. The law also says that Salt Lake City will receive an up to 1% administrative fee for the administration and operation of the district and the participation agreement. So our administrative costs can be up to 1% of revitalization sales tax. The participation agreement states that currently SEG estimates that of the $900 million, $525 million will be used on the remodel of the Delta Center for the NBA and NHL, and $375 million will be used on costs to develop the district. We've heard that SEG intends to also invest private investment in the district, but that's how the split of the $900 million is for Salt Lake City's money. Are there any questions about that before I go into the public benefits?
Councilwoman Young.
So we're dealing in estimates. Can you help me understand why estimates and not firm numbers?
Absolutely, and I think a lot of that is the time compression that we're under because of the legislation. This is a multi-phase, multi-hundred million dollar project, and it wasn't reasonable for SEG to have firm construction documents or phasing at this point. What we do have in the participation agreement is a requirement that whenever SEG asks for a draw on its bonds, it will submit concurrently to the city construction phasing and budget. So we will have an opportunity to review that at that point.
Thank you.
On that same line as it being an estimate, is there a minimum that can go outside the arena remodeling? I mean, if the estimates are, I mean, it is an estimate, and these are big numbers, and these are also big projects, but if the estimate of the Delta Center creeps up to the top end of the 900, and the Delta and the rest of the district doesn't get any funding, how do we discuss that portion of it? Because we need both parts to make the whole.
That's a great point, and I would answer that by saying that we're seeing nationally that arena remodels are coming in at about $500 million. So I think that estimate is 500 to 650. So that estimate is probably reasonable. Also, we know that this project only works if it's the arena and the district. And so we know that there's that commitment to both, and the participation agreement reflects that because the commitments are more than just for the remodel. Great. So in addition to the requirements to construct the district and the arena, we also have negotiated public benefits. And the first public benefit that I'll speak about is the home game covenant. And what that says is that by July of 2025, when SCG also has hopefully the lease with the county executed, both the NHL and the NBA teams are required to play all of their home games at the Delta Center. So that's preseason, regular season, and any playoff games. There are some exceptions to that based on league requirements, or if there are opportunities, for instance, for the hockey team to play outside, or other times when there might be a one-off situation where the home games aren't played at the Delta Center, but the commitment is that the Delta Center is the home for both of those teams. In addition to that public benefit, the city and SCG have agreed that starting on July 1 of 2025, SCG will impose a ticket fee on tickets for all events sold at the Delta Center. So that does not include free or subsidized tickets, but it does include any other paid ticket. And that fee will be $1 per ticket if the price of the ticket is $25 or lower, $2 per ticket if the price of the ticket is is greater than $25 and less than $200, and $3 per ticket for any ticket above $200. That ticket fee will be remitted to Salt Lake City to be put in a separate account that we've called the public benefits account. And the purpose of that will be to be spent on family-sized and affordable housing and other public initiatives as determined by the city. And there are also some obligations for the expenditure of the public benefit account in the participation agreement. Any questions about that so far? Okay.
Oh, wait. I do have a question, Madam Chair. We talked about the funds from the imposition of the sales tax, that being limited to the geographic location. Is this public benefit account more loose in terms of geographic boundaries, i.e. if we have a project that's just outside of the district, or maybe even a little bit further outside of the district, but it is a significant public benefit, the city's not limited to that same geographic distinction, is it?
The city is not limited to that area, no. Thank you. In addition to the ticket fee, SCG and the city are also committing to community support and workforce development. So that arises in a variety of ways. The first is apprenticeship programs, and SCG is committing to encourage and partner with local community organizations to train a diverse workforce to apprentice on the construction, management, maintenance, and operation of the district. And SCG will conduct at least 3 in-person outreach events per year. Throughout these community support and workforce development public benefits, Salt Lake City has requested and SCG has agreed to focus on individuals from communities in Salt Lake City that receive free or reduced lunch or otherwise meet income eligibility guidelines. So in addition to apprenticeship programs, SCG is also committing to offer at least 15 paid internships per year to college students, with a goal of 25% of those students with demonstrated financial need, which is similar in the college arena to free or reduced lunch. SEG is also committing to work with the NHL and NBA teams to offer a shadowing program to at least 10 local high school students, with a goal of 50% of those individuals coming from those households that qualify for free or reduced lunch within Salt Lake City. SEG is further committing to collaborate with local Salt Lake City high schools and middle schools for opportunities for NHL and NBA team members and SEG personnel to speak at classes, with a commitment of at least 4 of those in-person outreach events per year. They're also committing to continuing their commitment with the creation, promotion, and development of youth programming, and focusing on hockey and basketball with a $2 million commitment to these multifaceted efforts to support youth hockey and basketball in Salt Lake City. And finally, SEG is committing, as they already do, to free and subsidized tickets for Salt Lake City communities to attend various NHL and NBA home games. In addition to those public benefits, SEG is also committing to, as part of the development, to construct gathering spaces to ensure that the district is an inclusive and welcoming space for families and individuals. That commitment includes an outdoor event space, walkways that connect the public spaces and public streets to those spaces, and also landscapes features that create a place of gathering. These gathering spaces will be owned and operated and maintained by SEG, and SEG will include rules in those gathering spaces affirming SEG's support of non-discriminatory behavior on the basis of race, creed, color, ethnicity, national origin, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, age, and physical or mental ability. In addition, SEG and the city will, on an annual basis, identify 2 periods of 3 days each for either the city or a community organization agreed to between the city and SEG to use those spaces for free for festivals and events.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Young and Councilmember Bono.
Thanks. So this is probably for Mike. So as I'm reading through the community support and workforce development opportunities, I'm wondering if we can request that you update the Reimagine Downtown website to allow for folks in community organizations who might be interested in learning more about those to start that process of saying, like, where do we sign up for more information? I just know that, the moment that this becomes more broadly shared throughout the community, it's going to be one of the first questions I'd have as an educator in terms of how do I get my students involved. So if we could look at maybe updating that site to have a learn more here or, a way to be able to start making those connections, I would appreciate that being a resource.
Absolutely, and I will say, and Katie, maybe do you want to speak to, the city has committed as part of this to provide us information as to which historically disadvantaged communities this applies to specifically as well. So would you mind talking to that? And I will absolutely update the website, but I think it'd be helpful context.
Absolutely. On an annual basis, the city will provide a list of elementary, middle, and high schools for SCG to focus these initiatives and efforts on, and that can be changed on an annual basis depending on the city's priorities, again really focusing on the community, those higher levels of free and reduced lunch students. So that will be something where Salt Lake City is actively participating in SCG's outreach initiatives.
I love that. And Salt Lake City School District is under incredible leadership with Superintendent Grant. So I have no doubt that they will provide us with a comprehensive list. I also know about the enthusiasm of our educators when it comes to wanting to get the best opportunities they can available to their kids. And so if we can approach it from both sides of that equation, I just think that we're more likely to have improved results.
Thank you. Any other questions so far?
Well, and I wanted to clarify the college internship programs. These are meant to be as diffuse throughout a sports management entity as possible. We're talking sports medicine, PR. I mean, a front of house hospitality is something you're interested in, the front of the house hospitality, but that is the intention here, correct? For it to be diffuse throughout the organization so that as many opportunities are presented, especially to young people who might come from my community who might not envision themselves in those sorts of situations.
Yes, I mean, we've got to look at what the needs are for the organization and where we can provide the very best opportunities, but we certainly provide those across all different parts of the organization.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. First, I want to acknowledge there's a lot of community benefits in there that I think are exciting and will hopefully help Salt Lake City residents benefit from this agreement. I do want to clarify, though, the ticket fee that will be assessed on the for the sold tickets at the Delta Center goes into a public benefit account. Do the benefits that are outlined under community support workforce development, all those 1, 2, 3, 6 bullet points, or the 2 under gathering spaces, those don't get paid for by that public benefit account, right? That comes out of SEG's, Smith Entertainment Group's operating budget or the development.
SEG, come on.
SEG. But that doesn't eat into the public benefit account.
It does not.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
I just wanted to state, I tallied all the public benefits values, and some of it is the estimates of tickets that would be granted for the public for those that are have more socioeconomic diversities or inabilities to come, and it's over $15 million just directed towards public benefits, not including infrastructure. So I think this has been great and in good faith. So thank you to SEG and to Mike for really prioritizing that. I think this outcome I'm really excited by in the downtown. I think there's some really clear benefits to our community and to our residents. So I just wanted to outline that. If we're able to get a more accurate estimate than a quick calculation on my phone, that would be awesome. I think that would be great to be transparent to the public as to what we're investing and what any Salt Laker or tourists can come take advantage of in the downtown.
Thank you. In addition to the public benefits that we've just described, there's also a commitment on both the city side and SEG's side to Japantown. And to Councilmember Mono's point, the participation agreement does require that Salt Lake City spend not less than $5 million of the public benefit account, so that's the ticket fee, for the revitalization and redevelopment of Japantown. In addition, SEG commits to continue to be in close conversation with the members of the Japantown community, including a commitment to meet twice a year, a minimum of twice a year, for 36 months with members designated by the Japanese Church of Christ and the Buddhist Temple to discuss SEG's progress and planning efforts related to the revitalization of Japantown and to receive input from those designated members. Additionally, SEG is seeking to incorporate the following into the district: activation of the north side of 100 South in Japantown, including street-facing activation and minimizing the number of truck loading and unloading areas, creating pedestrian connections between the interior of the district and Japantown, including a spatial buffer between the district development and the Japanese Church of Christ. We heard that also reflected in the zoning conversation you just had. In addition, SEG is committing to using commercially reasonable efforts to incorporate Japanese architectural and landscaping elements into that portion of the district development, and also will work with the Japanese American community to develop historical markers that relate and reflect Japantown's history, with any content for those markers on Japantown or other owned property approved by the Japanese American community. And those historical markers will be fabricated and installed by SEG using the public benefit account money. In addition, SEG has committed to provide at least 1,000 square foot space within the district for use by security personnel and the Salt Lake City Police Department for public safety. The city is also committing with SEG to the fabrication, procurement, and installation of various pieces of public art in the district. And the city is committing to spend $5 million at a minimum of the public benefit account for those pieces of public art, including iconic public art. SEG and the city will establish a mutually agreed upon process for the competition and procurement of that public art, including a process to notify and engage with local artists to ensure that they understand and are able to compete for those procurement processes. Those are the public benefits, although there is also a long-term transparency and reporting process and requirement, but I'll stop there to make sure that we answer any questions you have about those public benefits.
Councilmember Mano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe less of a question, but just thank you for engaging with the Japanese American community on these. Thank you to both sides of the negotiating table for taking those seriously. These are a lot of the things that the community asked for. Not all of the things are included in here. And so I just want to put on the record that I would really like to hear from the Japanese American community on these specifics, understanding which ones of those, the list of things that would be beneficial to them and their operations were included and which were not. But I do want to put on the record, I'm grateful for the things that are. I'm sad about the things that we didn't get. There were some other things on there. And I understand that there may be some other opportunities to create those, like you mentioned with the zoning conversations as well. But I am looking forward to hearing from the community on those.
I think when I ran for office, not only did I not imagine that we would be able to reimagine this portion of the city, but to have the chance to be part of a small but important first step in a restorative way of envisioning what a city looks like going forward. This in no way repairs what happened to the Japanese community, neither the circumstances under which many Japanese Americans found themselves in Salt Lake City, nor what was taken. However, to be able to be a part that shifts and says that this is an important central point around which we must rally and around which we must harness our energies and resources. Thank you to the Japanese American community for your patience and tenacity as we've been doing it. And thank you, Mike, to you and SEG as you made space for this in what I know was a surprise calculation when we started talking about this. It wasn't on your radar. I think as we go along, you know, for me as a city elected official, like my commitment is not diminished, and the ability to enhance that commitment with partners like SEG and anyone else who wants to come in and make profit and make the future in this area. I'm excited for the tone this sets.
Madam Chair, thank you for your words. I appreciate that. I appreciate my colleagues and the mayor for your support on these issues. I guess I just want to share publicly how emotional this process has been because of how connected it is to my family's history, the reasons why I grew up in Utah, and parts of my history or the childhood of my father, the places that he would go to as a kid that don't exist anymore because of things that happened in the past. And that has made this conversation, this decision, and ultimately the vote that I have to make on the 9th far more emotional than and difficult to calculate. But thank you for your sensitivity to those issues and for listening to me, even when I've been angry or upset or frustrated at the process. So I just want to put that on the record.
Great, thank you. So the next series of commitments that we wanted to share with you are related to the long-term relationship, because this is a 30-year agreement and it's important for both parties to have a process for communicating and sharing how everything is going. So the agreement does require SEG to appoint a liaison to be a point person with the city to report on SEG's use of the revitalization sales tax, progress on the construction of the district, and implementation of the public benefits. In addition, SEG or the liaison will attend at least one city council meeting per year to provide an update on those topics. In addition, the SEG's liaison will provide reports summarizing the projects being constructed, an accounting of the revitalization sales tax received, and a summary of the ticket fee, and a status on the construction schedule of the district. And finally, SEG will provide an annual report to the city on the status and construction of the public benefits. So that's the construction of the gathering spaces, the status of the workforce development and community support initiatives, including the number of public outreach events and other events that are occurring in the community. Finally, the two conditions precedent include a requirement that SEG will use commercially reasonable efforts and endeavor to execute a lease with the county for the county-owned property, those 2 blocks east of the Delta Center, by July 1st, 2025. And that is a condition for this whole project to continue. And if the project does continue, then the participation agreement includes, as I mentioned, the home game covenant and certain remedies if either team ceases to play its home games at the Delta Center, and that includes specific performance and various damages. So that is the summary of the main terms of the agreement, and we are happy to talk about next steps or respond to any other questions.
Council.
Okay. So I just want to say broadly related to the way that this has transpired, to Councilmember Mono's point, I think that we had a lot of expectations in terms of what those benefits could be to the city. And again, just want to express my gratitude to all of our city staff, both from council and from the mayor's office, who've helped us to advance those. And it is incredible to see them in writing, because I think that that's what I hear from residents. They want to see. They don't want it to be a handshake and a "we've got you." And this really shows what that commitment translates to and gives us something to point to in terms of why are we asking for taxpayer dollars and how does that benefit the greater community. The other thing that I'll note just about this breakdown and what we've seen, I do appreciate the thoughtfulness of the rules and the responsibilities. It could have been possible to say we would like SEG to be responsible for every single aspect of the redevelopment of downtown. And although that has happened in other cities, those cities have lost out on the expertise of the amazing people who work in the city to be able to do a better job of informing what does affordable housing look like. We have experts here at Salt Lake who can speak to that and contribute to that. And I really appreciate how it's been broken down between who's leading out on what, so that those roles and responsibilities are reflective of community-based expertise. So thank you for the work to make sure that that expertise is relevant and readily represented, so we have the best team possible leading the vision in our next steps.
Thanks. I appreciate those words. My question, I guess, as we look to getting the final language, I said in this transmittal it'll be on the 5th that we expect to have that. A couple things that I want to, just as those words are being drafted, I assume it's as we speak, the county lease portion of that requirement, what percentage is required for them to negotiate with. I know the county doesn't own all of those 2 blocks, so like at what point is there, I'm just not sure how that'll be written, and I'm going to be looking for that just to, so I understand, you know, if it's 1 block instead of 2, does that still mean success? Is it if it's X percentage of the blocks? I don't know exactly how that'll be written, so I'll be looking for that. And then just you maybe notice from my questions, like which parts, clearly understanding which parts are the city's responsibility, which parts are the city's responsibility from the public benefit account, and which parts are on Smith Entertainment Group. So those will be, I think, the things that I'll be looking for when I read the final language that I know is being drafted right now.
Thank you.
Council? I think this has been a unique experience because since April, it's literally been our jobs to imagine everything that could possibly go wrong on this and to think of the worst case scenarios. How do we protect? How do we assume a defensive position? I'm giving myself another week to stay in that space and to be responsive. And so this is my call to my constituents, and I'm sure you all share the same to your constituents, to reach out with your concerns. This is the time to express them. But once we get to a place, this is a really, really good document. And the possible outcomes, not the possible, the likely outcomes with these sorts of guideposts and parameters. Mike, I know you have like 9 more of these to do between all the other stakeholders you have to engage. But the likely positive outcomes for our city are really remarkable. So I'm giving myself another week to stay in my Eeyore stage and to imagine every possible thing that could go wrong and try to assume a defensive position. But I'm really excited about the possibilities for our city. Katie, there are no words of appreciation for your diligence and energy, but just your raw wisdom and insight and brilliance. I'm sorry that they had to go up against you in a negotiation. I would not want to do it. Mike, thank you.
It was a pleasure.
Mike, thank you for your patience and all of the calls full of emotion from all of us that you got, and the fact that you stayed at the table when we know there are other options, when we know there are other considerations, when we know there's other stakeholders here. We don't take lightly the public role when we say a public-private partnership. And pending a vote and the final determination, there will be no public partner as great as this public entity, the city, because that's what our constituents deserve. So thank you so much for all of the energy you've put up and into this project.
Just wanted to finish up with the next steps. Yeah, I appreciate that because, you know, you've answered the next steps a few times, and I think every time we meet, we need to kind of reiterate this is the city's SEG's participation agreement. We have other pieces of this puzzle that need to put together, and if you can kind of build that picture again for us, would be appreciated.
Absolutely. So with respect to this agreement and the approval of the project area, the council intends to hold another briefing and potentially vote on July 9th. After that, the city will provide notice of, if the council endorses the participation agreement and the project area, then the city will provide notice of that endorsement to the Revitalization Zone Committee. Upon receipt of that notice, the committee has 30 days to consider what the city has sent and hold a public meeting and either approve or disapprove the project area and the participation agreement. If the committee approves it, it comes back to Salt Lake City for final approval and potential adoption of the sales tax and authorization of the mayor to sign the participation agreement. The committee could disapprove the participation agreement and send back comments to Salt Lake City, at which point we will all be reconsidering and renegotiating and in conversation with SEG. And then we will go through this process again with an endorsement and sending to the Revitalization Zone Committee. So that's our process that needs to happen by the end of the year. As we talked about, SCG has other processes and negotiations that it's working on, some of which we've talked about here related to the county, and then, of course, other obligations to ensure that the hockey team can begin its home season at the Delta Center.
Thank you. And that commission that we provide this to is a 5-member commission. And could you tell us?
Yes, it's 2 members appointed by the House, 2 members appointed by the Senate, and 1 member appointed by the governor.
And while this is going on, SCG and the county are working on their side of or piece of the puzzle to be due, signed by the 1st of July. And that agreement goes to the commission also?
No.
Okay.
Councilwoman Lopez Chavez?
So I just want my final, yeah. So I appreciate it also. Appreciate the details of the public benefits. I think that's wonderful, and I think that's a great broad picture. I think I appreciate the comprehensive view of the whole city, and that this is for the whole city and not just for one small piece of the city, but the city and actually even more so the whole state of Utah. So I appreciate the discussion, and I appreciate the collaboration of all parties and the negotiation where we all don't get what we want, but boy, we're moving forward together. So I appreciate that, and I look forward to our next meeting.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I mentioned this in a previous meeting. I'll just reiterate it again. I'm happy to see these terms in writing. I think the participation agreement, given the compressed timeline, has quite a few public benefits in it, and I'm grateful for that. There's still so much leeway for this to be incredible, and for there to be mistakes made, and for it to be something that we wish we had done differently, both the collective we of the whole city and Smith Entertainment Group. So this is a huge responsibility, Mike. Please don't let us down. I do not want to look back in my old age and think I can't regret having voted for it or being part of this process. So I just want to share, I'm still nervous about the outcome of this and making sure that we're not making mistakes or repeating mistakes. And I hope that my fears are unwarranted, but I'm nervous still. Thanks.
Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
For Mike or SCG, should we expect another conceptualization or rendering for the public?
Not before next week.
In the future?
We're going to have lots of drawings. Yeah. We're still working through all that. Of course, as you know, phase 2 was left off completely while the county does its review and determines the future of many of their owned and operated parcels. So there will be lots of updates over time. As you know, we're developing what the master plan for the district looks like, but each of those individual buildings will be designed individually with a comprehensive sense. But yeah, we'll see lots of things in the future.
Council? Thank you.
Thank you.
We will move on now to our board appointments. The first one is Emily Kahn to the Human Rights Commission. Emily is joining us virtually, I believe. Hi, Emily. Typically, we give appointees a moment or two just to introduce themselves. Tell us a little bit about why you're interested in this position.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I wish that I had been able to be there in person, but I'm so glad to connect for a few minutes. My name, as you said, is Emily Kahn. I am currently the Director of Learning Services at Rowland Hall School, and I have a long history of working for equity, inclusion, and social justice in schools over the last 2 decades. So I am really thrilled to be looking into this new opportunity to participate on the Human Rights Council for the city. My family and I are new to Salt Lake City. We moved here about 3 years ago, in a week. So we are still getting to know the area, and we've really enjoyed integrating into the community in new ways. And I hope that if this ends up being a right fit, that this will be another way for me to participate and learn more and serve the community.
Thank you so much, Emily. Councilwoman Young?
Yeah, Emily, we're super excited to have you, especially as our representative for District 7. I've been teasing folks across the city that we're going to bring as many educators to the table as possible, because these are the folks who know our kids and know our families. And it's incredibly important to have those voices heard as part of the city's consideration. So thank you for your willingness to share your expertise. I'm super excited to have you as our lead for District 7.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Emily, you don't have to be present, but tonight you will be on our consent agenda, and then you can start your service. Thank you for offering your time, talent, and treasure to the city in this way. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Next, we have Steve Block to the Parks, Natural Lands, Urban Forestry, and Trails Advisory Board, also virtually. Hi, Steve. Same thing, a minute or two to introduce yourself and your interest in this position.
Hi, thank you. So, Stephen Block. I'm an attorney. I work at the Southern Utah Wilderness Alliance here in Salt Lake City. This is my 30th year in Salt Lake. My wife and I have raised our family here in the city. We have 3 kids, all of whom attended Salt Lake City schools, and just lived our daily lives, enjoying all of the parks, trails, natural space that Salt Lake City has to offer. And we're the envy of the world here in Salt Lake City, certainly the envy of the country, as we see from people moving into the city, and just really thrilled and excited at the chance to work with the department and work with Salt Lake City residents to maintain and improve all these fantastic resources that all of us count on and enjoy every day.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Young?
So, Steve, thank you. We're excited to have you joining as well. I just wanted to say that I found your previous experience working on legal issues related to the public lands just being a really unique type of expertise that I think really will benefit the greater city. So thank you so much for being willing to share your time with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Steve, as with the previous appointee, you don't have to be present, but you'll be on tonight's consent agenda, and we thank you so much for your willingness to be a part of the city in this way.
Thank you. Good night.
All right, and our final appointee tonight is Michael Dodd to the Parks, Natural Lands, Urban Forestry, and Trails Advisory Board, also virtually joining us. Same thing for you, Mr. Dodd. A minute or two introducing yourself and your interest. You are muted.
There we go. Hi, my name is Michael Dodd. I live up near Wasatch Hollow Park. And I'm really interested in the peanut board for a few reasons. I was executive board chair of Wasatch Hollow Community Council for 6 years. And during that time, I worked with various city officials on getting the word out about the preserve. I worked getting a pilot program going on the off-leash hours in Wasatch Hollow Park. I also, I have an electric bike, I have a mountain bike, I have a dog, I walk. I have lived in Central City, and I've lived up here in District 6 for about going on 15 years now. And I think the Salt Lake City has a lot to offer as far as trails and urban environment and natural spaces, and I really want to help facilitate that and get the word out to the public about what's going on.
Councilmember Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mike, for wanting to join the peanut board. and I appreciate all your your engagement and your passion for the outdoors and for the parks and for the beautiful space. So appreciate your participation.
Thank you. I did forget to mention that I did actually, while Wasatch Hollow Chair appeared or spoke in front of the peanut board for a CIP I wrote, which was passed. So I have some experience at all this as well.
Well, thank you. You are definitely the kind of Salt Laker who likes to give away his time if you did community council time, and now you're willing to be on the peanut board. But we're thankful for people like you. We will vote on you on the consent agenda, and thank you for your willingness to serve.
Thank you.
Council, please see that you have a written briefing on the issuance of airport revolving line of credit. You also have a written briefing on addendum number 8 to the interlocal agreement with UTA for transit master plan frequent bus service implementations. Report of the chair and vice chair. The chair has nothing to report. Executive director. Nothing to report. All right. I will look for a motion to move into closed session for the purpose of a strategy session to discuss the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property and attorney-client matters.
Madam Chair.
Motion. Oh, please. Madam Chair, motion to move into closed session to discuss the
purchase, exchange, or lease
of property and client attorney matters.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Lopez Chavez, a second from Mono. Any discussion? I'll roll call. Lopez Chavez?
Aye.
Dugan?
Yes.
Mono?
Yes.
Young?
Aye.
And I'm a yes. And Wharton and Pui are absent. We are now in closed session and will be adjourned from work session. Return.